Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my friends all over the world. I'm talking from Bharat, India, civil engineer Suraj saying this day, 14th June 14th, 2020, regarding small talk on COVID and then on management, which means concrete followed by FIDIC, and of course sandwiched by general management on construction project engineering. Usual in brief, say 10-15 minutes with COVID management, COVID issue, then for about 1.5 hours on concrete specifications, 2014 Qatar, and then of course FIDIC, Red Book, and later Silver Book. And this is Institution of Engineers certificate under Charter, Royal Charter 1935. Friends, back to you. Of course it is Sunday, but for me all days are equal. No Sunday, no Monday. Maybe you rest, no problem to me. You can rest as you wish. But sun never stops, earth never stops. So life never stops. Better to be alive rather than COVID-19, a great successful, dynamic, elite attacker on population of earth has not stopped yet. Rather, it has been flourishing, thriving all over the world. Such a dynamic power has come to earth that has cheated all, that has kept its secrets all within it, and all intelligentsia, all our scholars are away from its real understanding. They have not analyzed yet, they have not revealed its secrets. And that's what I can say, success of COVID, a great success of COVID. And it's really, you can say that way, it's beautiful, I can say. That way it is beautiful. Because howsoever secret it would be, we have all over the world thousands of scientists, medicos, and of course others. And if they could not do any breakout on this secrecy, they could not find truth about this so-called virus, which I don't call virus howsoever. Nevertheless, let us say virus. It's a great success. In pieces we are getting information since it started. We are getting information only in pieces, not even chapters. We are not getting information even in chapters. Sometimes it comes at one place, it disappears, again comes, and it happens. No, it's happening. It's a big dynamite attack on us without any chemicals. It's more than nuclear bomb. Without any destruction, it is destructing world. Already it has destructed society to reshape. It has destructed earth to reshape. Earth means people of earth. Societies have been are changing, systems are changing. And one day we will complete change, and it has come to us. It seems that it has come to us to change us. That's also seemingly true. seemingly it's true. I can't say 100%, but seemingly it's true that it has come to change us, and to considerable extent it has been successful to change us. Beijing city also being affected now. America, New York, and other cities too were affected. Bharat, which thought it would not be affected, is very much affected now. India, I mean to say, 3 lakhs per news yesterday, maybe today 3.5 lakhs, I can't say, no confirmed news. So with the speed with which, at speed with which it is moving, I think it's going to establish records in crores all over the world. Maybe in our country, Bharat, India, it will amount to crores. America would amount to crores gradually, and there is no end to this, it seems. Its end is remote, far away from here, which you can't view, means where it could be, where that horizon could be. And you know, when I say horizon, means it is unknown, it is completely unknown. So I shall just say that it's better for every citizen. I usually write on Facebook my observation, my suggestion, my advice to people to have precautionary measures. Otherwise, it's not your relative that will leave you, it's not your friend that will leave you. It causes justice with everybody. It acts upon everyone without even considering what relation you have got with that. You may be worshipper of God or you may not be worshipper of God, doesn't matter. It checks your file, it checks your records, what I understand. Let us talk it non-scientifically or in a different fashion, in different style. That keep aside science and it's come to you in a spiritual manner. I can say simply, when science fails, when human knowledge fails, then only answer has to come from that power that's called God, and God has done it. Might be keeping in view various existing situations, existing states on an economy of world. And I am surprised to say that we boast about economy all time. We are economical, that very strong. Every country boasts, all world countries boast about economy. But now facts are certain. A word is used, certainty. I can simply say it is certain in 2 ways, that we are unknown and this virus is unknown to us. We are unknown to virus. We are unknown to each other. But virus knows us. We don't know virus. That's also true. So that is one uncertainty which should be certainty. Otherwise, if it could not be known in 6 years, 6 months, then it means that it is something powerful, great. There is no certainty about virus now. It can come to whatever person, whosoever, without any hindrance to virus. We have not caused any hindrance, any obstruction to this virus. It can come to whatever person, whosoever. So you can say with ease that you have to take certain measures to have protection from this virus, and it is just not adequate that we should think it can come through your mouth or through nose from one person to another person. That is one part, but that is not end of this story and of facts. It's also a fact that there are certainties now that it is also airborne. So we have to be careful about its being airborne. If it's airborne, it can come to you whenever you are there, wherever you are. Maybe you are walking or you are traveling or you are wherever you are, we'll say it can come to you. So eyes, throat, nose route, mouth route, or whatever route, it can come to you, and you can't even have feeling of that because its size is very small. lesser than size of clay particle, clay which we consider very small particle, 0.0002 mm, its size also around that, or lesser to clay even 0.00254 millimeter. So you can't even feel it because it's all dust. You can't feel that virus is coming to you. You cannot even have a doubt about that. Therefore, precaution is certain. You have to take precautionary measure every day. I say, protect your eyes, protect your nose, protect your mouth for from entry of this virus. Don't think that you are sure nothing shall happen to you. No one should be sure. This is what this virus wants, that you should not take any precautionary measure, and it allows them. It's successful, then this virus easily enters your body. So don't be so sure that it can't harm you. It can harm you. It's from safety viewpoint I am telling, not from medical viewpoint or not from some other viewpoint. As a student of safety, I can say safety, health and environment. That this involves all three. It involves safety, it involves health, it's environment. So about safety, precautions are must. Safety relates to health, and health is there related. And since there's no treatment of this so far, and I'm not sure there should be any treatment. This virus has got no treatment, so better take care of yourself. Don't be overconfident, because excess of everything leads to destruction or disharmony, or you can say bad digestion. Therefore, I using a certainty or uncertainty. Be certain that this is not your friend. Be certain that this is your guest. You are its enemy. This virus can never be your friend. This virus is a prosecutor, and it can prosecute everybody. It can prosecute you. So therefore I say, don't be inclined to comforts of life. Comforts would always come. If you are living, if you live safe, comforts would be with you. But if you are not living, what's meaning of comfort? So everybody cannot drink hot water, boiled water, but you like, I know, chilled water to drink in summer. You want to stay in air-conditioned room, that's okay, fine. But if you are sacrificing not to have world travel, you cannot travel world as some people have habit, particularly those who are riches. Fashionably they say, oh, I go every year to some country, it's part of my tour. Such a pride should come down, has come down, because there is no travel. Now people don't like to travel because of this virus. So if you can sacrifice world travel every year, you can also sacrifice some more. Avoid drinking chilled water, avoid drinking too cold, avoid drinking, beer or whiskey, avoid drinking, if you want to drink hot water, hot milk. Or means prevention is better than cure, as we call. So what cure is? If you drink hot water 100 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius during, if you consume this in 5 to 10 minutes, that cup of water, it shall be helping you. It shall be helping you at least to raise your immunity level, if nothing else. Strong immunity is better than getting this virus. And at least even if virus is with you, you won't feel it, because this virus will be encountered by your immunity. But don't forget that you are so strong that your virus is not impacting you, but this can impact others. So you have to take precautionary measures. Means you should use this face cloth, or you can say you have to cover your nose and mouth with mask. Don't forget to cover nose and mouth both, because people, sometimes I've seen half people, 50% of people do not even understand meaning of this mask. They sometimes hang in neck, and sometimes they just cover mouth or no meaning, and when they're talking to someone else, they just hang down and talk. So there's no meaning of, when you're talking to someone and not using mask, this means there's no purpose of this mask being served. And if you're not wearing glasses, which are very important, If you don't have eye number, better you take 0 number glass, or you can say sunglass you can wear, no problem for that. So this is very important, hot water drinking, and boiled water drinking, and hard food, and avoid use of air conditioning, use fans or chill, or you can say coolers. These are all important. Why don't travel using AC car? Occasionally, you may say it can impact you. Why I'm saying it? Because people don't understand. I'm talking about AC. AC has suction power. AC can suck anything. When it can suck air to convert that to chilled air during the supply in room, it can also pull with that air this particle which is too light. So don't forget that not one particle, many particles can enter your AC. Suppose there are 300 droplets outside hung in air, suspended in air. So even if 10 or 15 enter your body, either your AC, it can cause big problem to you. That's my point of concern. Otherwise, you are taking what I say, drink hot water, take hot food, and walk in sun. Sun is very good treatment for this. If you use sun for your body, you can have better. Drink water, don't stop drinking water. Because when there's dehydration occurs in your body, you have to hydrate that, replenish that by hydration. And that hydration is drink water as much as you can drink, so that temperature within inside of your body and outside, constant, generally outside body is now 40 degrees or 41 degrees Celsius around my area, and at this moment I'm talking to you, recording this video, it's 31 degrees Celsius, and wind blows was just 4 km or 5 km per hour. So it's not that good weather or pleasant weather, you can say. It's unpleasant weather when there's only 31 degrees at this time, and it goes to 40 degrees around 12 or 1. So a gap of 10 degrees in 10 hours, so 1 degree each hour, there's a gap. You have to keep that in mind. So hydrate yourself. I always keep hydrating my body. Even though I'm not thirsty, I take some water. Hot water, so immunity is maintained. Immunity is very important to be maintained in this scenario. Everybody should have immunity, eye immunity, and say, when you take just 10 minutes, 15 minutes even sun, you of course you shall sweat out, but that sweating is also good for your health. Because toxin will be out, and you'll get body subject to sun, and your body shall receive vitamin D as well as ultraviolet rays, which both are in your interest, in your health interest. That was only purpose, because it's moving very fast now. All over the world, people are not understanding, all confused. And it has shown also to whole world what level of economy we are. Means economy is not that stronger as used to be, or we thought to be. This country is very much economical, this country powerful. Actually, all are only drama. There is no economy anywhere. All only show, they are not. So all are hollow vessels, I can say. All countries are hollow vessels. There are only political reasons that just show how that internally they are so vague. So it's also a revelation to whole world that what we say were not true, what we contemplated about many countries doesn't stand good for these countries, because there was all lies. So, but problem is not that. Problem, economy has killed people, economy has killed jobs of people. It has destroyed jobs, and it's destroyed future of youth. And that's the cause of cut, because this is not health impact alone, this is social impact. Social impact in all societies, European society, American society, Asian society, every society, Arab society. Impact of this economy. Economy has broken actually. Economy has been trashed, once you can say. Actually, there is no economy, to be very frank. If we could not digest economy for 2 or 3 or 4 months, then where do we stand this point? We have to see. Means we have only strength of 2 or 3 months all over. This is not good economy. This is very bad level economy. We only boost, means we are not doing any constructive work in economy. We are only boosting, and that boosting won't work. I have not seen people enthusiasts to drive cycles. I have not seen that. That's good for health. It's no question of status. I need a car only to move. If you think car is your status, then you are illiterate person. You are uneducated. Means you're not subject to reality. Means car doesn't give you status. It just saves your time. That's all. If you think car is your status, cycle is not. I don't agree with you. If you think cycle or car is your status, walking is not your status, then you are illiterate. You don't understand what you are thinking. You cannot compare your status to material. Material is material, that's it. You got it, you bought it. It's you that is status, not your material. I cannot say if you don't have car, you don't have status. Does it mean if you don't have helicopter, you don't have status? Means your status measurement is a materialism, not reality of life. That's why I say, when I say students cannot walk, I feel very upset. When I say youth cannot walk, I feel very upset. When I say our people can't even take their school bags with them, so they need someone to carry their bags, I feel very upset. Because youth of this time cannot exert any pressure on its body. What shall that you do in future? That's a point of great concern we should have. We don't want lazy youth. We don't want lazy kids. If they are lazy physically, certainly it will impact mind. Mind shall also be lazy. When you stop, you are tired, you are fatigued, go out, relax for some time. Your mind also is connected to that. If your body relaxes, mind also relaxes. So you can't get anything in life. Struggle is a must in life. Even if you are very rich, you have not struggled, and one day you become poor, how can you tolerate that? Life is not constant always. Life keeps on changing. That's principle of life. If you can't understand that point, today you may be rich, day comes then you lose your money. Or today you are poor, the time comes you are rich. It happens in both cases. When you have no comfort, you get comfort, you can digest. But you are comfortful and you don't have one time that material resource that imparts you comfort, and you feel very bad. Only solution that you find is to commit suicide. If your suicide commitment is your destiny, then no meaning of such wealth. That wealth forces you to commit suicide. So there are so many points that we have to really understand, and this COVID is a teacher. COVID-19 is a transmission of understanding. It's not a disease. It's telling everybody level is different. Understand your level. You may be thinking you are very powerful people or powerful society or powerful leaders in this country, but you are not powerful. This COVID is telling that. You are not able to even understand what this COVID-19 is. Forget what your treatment about this. There is no treatment for this. Only treatment is adapt yourself to itself, nothing else. Treatment only it shall tell one day, but not now. You can't get treatment. It has warned you. Adapt yourself to new situations, and they are adapting. Debates are now, conferences are conducted on Zoom-like medium, that is video conferences, and also functions are being done like that. There is a drastic change. Education is being changed, online education. So much is getting changed. So one by one, everything changes. And if you adapt to this change, then you have to be with nature. That's main thing required. If you are not with nature, you shall suffer. When there were no cars were running, no industries were running during this lockdown, you see there was impact on pollution. It upgraded to some extent. But again same, because we are pollution carriers. We are carriers. There is no one else. There is no power that has come from sky to pollute our air, pollute our earth. We are responsible for that. So it's every citizen of world who is responsible for pollution. It's every citizen of world who is responsible for adversity caused by such virus. It's not first virus, it's not last virus. Virus will keep on coming because this is our creation, our own creation. We don't want to have good health. We don't want to have good mind. We just want to enjoy economy. And when only economy is a consideration, human cannot live. We have forgot that there is some power which controls everybody. That power has been kept aside, and only money power is more important than everything else. But money power is one part of power. It's not total power. You cannot eat money. Whatever money you have, even that you need at least only food for survival or some clothes for survival. Whole economy is not required by you. One day when you leave this world, you have no other idea but to go, and then you can say that there's nothing with you left. That point we have to understand very well, and if you can understand that point very well, it's okay, fine. And if you don't understand, we suffer on that account. So what I had to explain in this, I'm not going to exaggerate that to that level. If you'll start boring about that, you are matured, you are matured society. You know much better than what I am explaining to you. I am explaining preliminary only, so that some people can understand, some people cannot understand. That's what is happening around. And don't think that you can handle this. Handle yourself first. If you upgrade your level of physics, it will not impact you. And once it there's no one to support it, means it shall go itself. Means there is always some problem in everybody physically. Some people are strong, some are not strong, and this type of virus attacks only when people are weak. And when this type of virus comes in, shall keep coming on. But if you remember, if you understand those people who used to work in fields in past life, farmers and others were hard. Those who got up early morning, used to got up early morning, go to fields for irrigation, for something else. They were much more stronger than we are. I talk to many people like that. For them 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Why is there nothing? We can walk 10 kilometers a day. We can walk 20 kilometers a day. We are farmers. We don't even think how much we have walked. And here, if you walk 1 kilometer, you start sweating in a half minute. You see a difference of health within two. So you think if such a powerful difference exists between people, health-wise, means how can you say that virus would come to them? No, it won't come to them. Because they you can say digest sun, they receive sun, they receive wind, they receive heat waves, they receive cold waves, they receive good water, good foods, pure food. So there's a difference in health. Of course, maybe they're not very well educated academically, but they are experienced people. If they don't grow crops and don't, what shall you eat? Question is that. If you don't have wheat, grains and rice or vegetables, what shall we eat? That's the point. They give that basic requirement of life. So they are not brilliant mentally, they may be brilliant in their own work. We cannot say that they are educated, uneducated. Job is like that. And you being brilliant, what you have done? You have done nothing. You have not contributed anything to this world except some 5 to 3% people of this. Otherwise, all are users. So I can say this virus is a warning. It's an alert to every citizen of world. Be careful. Only solution is keep yourself fit, keep off animals, keep off bad habits, and be normal person with high strength. That's what this virus passes message to us. This shall remain there for years to come, I'm sure. You have to change, and if you can change, that shall be nice. So with that I can say I should close this topic of virus now for today. I just wanted to pass my message that because every day some message I'm getting, you may be getting, but you're not caring for that. It's now airborne also, it seems, means not simply contact to end. This is added development that this is also airborne. This can also pass through eyes. There are two developments, means airborne transmission is also very, very difficult. It has to be understood properly. It is airborne transmission, and this must be taken care by everybody to keep up healthy. And if you understand that, I think in that case there should be no problem. So now I will request everybody to have limitations on your luxurious life for time being, because always pleasure is not workable. You can't say that throughout your life 24 hours a day you can have pleasure. It's not possible. Nature is designed differently. You see working of sun, working of other planets, working of earth. There is change in 24 hours on earth, gradual change. There is change in working of sun. There is a system that works. We may like it, we may not like it. Early morning till evening you find different temperatures, different air densities, different type of winds. There is change. Nothing is constant. Nothing keeps on constant. It changes. We may feel it happy, we may feel it pleased with. It's your feeling. Sometimes you are sweating you don't like, and one time you are not sweating you like, but both situations are okay, fine. Sun in daytime is very hot, In morning time it's not hot. In sunset time it's not hot. Same thing night. Both have different properties. It's moment like this. Can't say. God has devised every planet like that. Whole solar system has been devised by that engineer, scientist. It's called God. So you must respect that. If God has done that, there must be some secrecy behind that. And secrecy is that every situation should be reachable. If there is heat, if there you feel shiver, or you're sweating, in winter it's too cold and you're shivering, all are for yourself, Father. If your toxins are out, you feel happy. Some bad elements, some foreign elements, some unrequired elements have left your body. So that's the pleasure indirectly. That's the root pleasure for having better pleasure. Same thing in cold, same thing in this. And if you understand that point, that there is energy in your body, within your body and without your body, you are living in energy. Energy is living in your body, and your body is having a balance of internal energy as well as external energy. Whatever energy you may call it, physical energy you may call it, or you may call it potential energy, kinetic energy, dynamic energy, or whatever source you may call that. It doesn't make a difference as far as energy is preserved. It works internally as well as externally. That's what I wanted to say. It's energy which makes you live, which is holding your body, which is holding your aspirations. It's energy only. It never stops working. It never ever stops working even for 5 to 10 minutes. If your body stops for 5 to 10, maybe you can't survive. Same thing, Earth is moving, Sun is around Sun, Earth is moving on its own, so all planets are moving. System is like that. Change is always do there because changes depends on age. Age requires some additional powers, additional energies, so there is change on your body. Similarly, till you live, till you die, there are changes and changes. So I should say virus, I'm not scared of virus. If you take precautionary measure, if you raise your power, if you raise the energy, virus won't harm you. And that's the only purpose that it has come, I think. It's not come to kill you, it's come to teach you. It's come to teach you that you should live differently. You should respect God, you should respect nature. Nature is for you, for your use, and nature, it's because of nature we all are living. If there are no trees, no rivers, no seas, how can you live? You cannot live. So that I should say, that's a balancing situation. You can say diverse understanding, diversities of nature, and that is what nature expects of us. This virus is also a part of nature. We all are part of nature. Nature is our teacher and our guide. With this I say that's my conclusive statement, that please take precautionary measure. I generally keep on posting on Facebook certain suggestions which I don't know whether people go on through that or no. But it's up to you. No problem to me. As far as I am concerned, I am okay. And I think best solution for is drink boiled water, immediately boil and drink that 4-5 times a day, not very high quantity, even like you drink tea, you drink that. And of course, it changes your body, it cleans your body, and like scanning is done on computer hard disk, it's done. This is another kind of scanning in your body, and that's better for you. Yeah, as you can see. Now, regarding management studies, engineering management, construction management, which is also a certain word. It works in certainty. I am using this certainty because without certainty, nothing is possible. Don't depend on uncertainties in this world. Certainty means positive attitude. Certainty means a commitment. Certainty means you will achieve this if you follow certain route. And that is certainty. Certainty must be respected. And it's very important if you are certain for something. If you are not certain, means you don't have confidence in you. And if you, I don't say have overconfidence, confidence. Without confidence, you cannot do anything in your life. I'm not talking about trust, I am talking about confidence. Confidence makes you high up. If you have confidence in something you to do, you will do it right. If you say, no, I'll try, I'll see what happens, I'm not sure. And when I'm not sure, then you are taking chance, and don't take chance without understanding that. That's what engineering says. In engineering, as a student of engineering, I cannot do something if I am not sure. If I know no good method to do that, I won't do it until I am fully sure that this is not going to other way. Because it is all logical that we know. We do not imagine, we see something done. It's not imagination that it can be done like that, because we are spending material, we are spending equipment, so it cannot be left to chance. If left to chance and we lose that, so that is not engineering. I can't say that engineering. When say what engineering itself is used, which means something based on mind calculation, something based on mental capacity of person. So engineering means your mind, your genius, state of your mind. How can you do something? There can be many ways to do something, and you know all those ways. You have to select the best one, so that is done in a professional way. That saves time, it gives quality addition, it gives value addition, and it's delivered according to requirement. So engineering is like that subject. Management of engineering is not management otherwise. Management engineering is not general management, it is spatial management, engineering management. This management has nothing to do with general management like MBA or like BBA. It has nothing to do with that, because this involves money, this involves material, this involves human resources, this involves quality consideration, it involves safety, it involves equipment, it involves technology, it involves every planning, and whatever is left within profession, it involves every part of that. So when it involves all sectors, all disciplines of profession, how can you leave it to itself? You cannot leave it. If you leave it to itself, it will take care of itself, then you are not a profession, you're not a professional engineering. You are a layman, I can say. Layman in a sense, you cannot think. That person who cannot think is generally called layman. And if you think critically and you do something critically, you a logical person, you are a reasonable person, you can apply your mind without somebody asking you apply your mind. And when you apply your mind and you expect results, and you will get results certainly, nobody can stop you from that. So my management is based on different thinking, different principle. It's not for books but for experience. But you have to analyze, and that's what I say. Analysis is very important in engineering. Analysis not of forces, analysis of situation, analysis of analysis, analysis of what you want to do. That analysis, and what you did in past, that analysis as well, means post-work analysis, post-work research and pre-work research, both are involved. Those professionals who work on both ends, means post-work research, post-work investigation, and pre-work application or thought. Pre-work is calculations, pre-work calculations. Those people never fail, because they learn from post-work investigation, and that learning is applied to pre-work design or pre-work thought. So results are always better, progressive in quality, and that result is called professional product. Profession does not depend on one discipline. profession involves many disciplines, and those disciplines must be united together, chained in, and whenever there is a break in chain, we get break in our product, and that is very must. And for that purpose, for whatever application we move in, whatever work we do in engineering, construction, or designs, there are so many ways to do that. So many standardized materials are there. So many standardized, not only materials, complete details of materials are there. Plus and minus, everything is there. How one should be done, one activity should be completed or done, for full process is given. And those are not only for one item, for every item involved in profession. Those items which are involved in profession must be taken care of on a priority basis. Before you do something, you should be clear, and you should clearly have a capacity to instruct your juniors what they are supposed to do. That's very important part of profession. And if you are not clear about that, you cannot do that. We have so much so in engineering works that there is specification for every material, every process, every combination of materials and combination processes. Everything cannot be displayed, but a thought can be displayed, a method can be done, a specification can be drawn, and that is specification based on experience. It's not something we design from mind. Experience-based writing, experience what teaches you is called attainment, and that attainment is very important to understand. And that's what we can say. Specifications for some items are there, specifications of materials are there. Those must be detailed, must be available in complete explanations, complete logic. If something happened, why should happen, what's the reason for that, how we should do that, that is completely given in writing, and that's what we say scout, specifications. And I involve with the specification very much, and because this engineering part, specification not only in engineering, it's everywhere in world. In whatever field you go, you will find certain specifications. If you buy certain products of electronics, some other, you will buy certain specifications written on that, at least to that level where people can understand. It's not 100% written in technical way, but those who want technical details, they can refer to technical ones also, no problem. But what common man actually intends to see in what money is spent, that should be rightly done. When they understand that, okay, fine, so many activities have been done, so this is okay. That's what they think. Specification is for every product, you can see. You only buy a small item, there is some paper on that within it, and what this part is, how it is done, how it operates, how to change this, how to buy. It means everything is given there. How to maintain that, how to deal with that. Same thing, engineering is there, big dominance of statements and specifications, and this specifications is very important, and that's the reason that I was talking on concrete specification, concrete with some material which is very much used in construction of buildings, and that material is concrete. Concrete is biggest element, biggest part in all materials, very expensive one, very much used on project these days, and concrete will be directly, both ways, three ways this is done, and we can adopt that. So for that concrete, I was interested in explaining to you about the standard of Qatar. Concrete means state of Qatar. There is the Doha, Qatar, because I was there for 3 years, and I came in contact with those people, the Qatar civil buildings, Qatar national buildings. So that's what in one Qatar specs I have a copy of that one from. So I downloaded from somewhere, and that's specifically I gone through many pages last time, and I'll continue to move this today just now for that, and then we'll, after doing some talk on that, we'll jump on to FIDIC remaining portion. That's program for today. If the time allows, we'll continue on that subject, because there's also different atmosphere, different way of doing that. So I kept my mobile somewhere. Let me just hold on my mobile. There's nothing in that, but still, I'll be back in one half or something. Somewhere there. Let me call that? Let me take some water first. Right. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Chaudhary Raju, welcome to Nepal. Good morning, Mr. Namaskar, Nepal. Okay, Mr. Raju, thank you very much for inviting me to Nepal. Chaudhary Raju, okay. This is specification concrete this section 5 QCS Qatar Civil Specification 2014. I talked to you about this. I have this is about 205 pages, 200 pages you can say. I have gone through many pages already, and I think it was page 60, I suppose 60 or something, 61. Let me go to what's there. Property requirements. So I was on property requirements, and which pages I have covered. Let me see which was where. I don't exactly remember. Hardened test for fiber concrete. Let me see this requirement. Which page it was? Slump test, adjustment for slump of concrete. Concrete strength test. This is requirement. Hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete. Quality control charts. Yes, I think I was on quality control charts. And before that it was a hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete. I overlap with that because I think hardened concrete. So I overlap this. This is 683 section 5 concrete part 6 property requirements. QCS 2014, page 29 of this part, and this is 60 of total file. This file for information is available on URL. If you can see the text of my video here, you will find this file there. There are so many files, not only this file, FIDIC file, this file, and many lists, long list is there. If you want to see this file, I can't show you directly because I know other computer here or projection here. I don't have any projector, so I couldn't show you this file directly. Also, it's not available in my mobile, so I show you. So you can just listen to what I'm saying. You can listen, and if you want to see this, you can open that file, download that, and you can go through that. So it's now I'm going through 683 clause of this and section of this hardened test and fiber reinforced concrete. When post-crack flexural performance is used, and says when post-crack flexural performance is used as basis for acceptance of fiber reinforced concrete, make condition and test sets of test specimens in accordance with test method ASTM C1399, C1550 or C1609 or C1609M as specified. When flexural is tend to used as basis for acceptance, flexural, you understand flexural? Okay, it's not direct compression. Flexural is different in bending, and make and test sets at these three test specimens in accordance with requirements for sampling and conditioning given in test method ASTM C1609, C1609M test specimens representing thin sections as defined in C1609, C1609M, or specimens representing fiber reinforced shotcrete of whatever thickness. Now shall be tested as cast or placed without being turned on their sides before placement on support system. Acceptance shall not be based on flexural strength alone when post-crack performance is important. Test method C1609, C1609M provides for determination of first peak flexural strength when required by purchaser. For many type amount fiber combinations, first peak flexural strength is not significantly greater than peak strength in flexure. I'll repeat this paragraph because this is a long one so that you may not miss something. When flexural strength is used as basis for acceptance, only flexural strength and make and test sets of at least 3 test specimens in accordance with requirement for sampling and conditioning given in test methods, and that is ASTM C1609 or C160M. So when flexural strength is used as basis for acceptance, then you have to put at least 3 test specimens and accordance with requirements for sampling and conditioning as given in test methods. Test specimen representing the thin section. Now test specimen representing thin section is saying that as defined in C1609, C1609M are specimens representing fiber reinforced shotcrete of any thickness shall be tested as cast or placed without being turned on their sides. Before placement on support system, acceptance shall not be based on flexural strength alone when post-crack performance is important. Test method C1609, C1609M provides for determination of first peak flexural strength, when required by purchaser for many type amount fiber combinations. First peak flexural strength is not significantly greater than peak strength in flexure. Now another one is when compressive strength is used. When compressive strength is used as part of basis for acceptance of fiber reinforced concrete, make sets of at least two set specimen in accordance with applicable requirements of practices ASTM C31M and C192M, and as specified in this section on test methods C42M or C1604M, and condition and test in accordance with test methods BSEN 12390, C39M, C42M or C1604M. Acceptance shall not be based on compressive strength alone. Now next is frequency of tests on hardened fiber reinforced concrete. Remember, we are talking fiber reinforced concrete, which is different one. It's not other one. There's so many kinds of fibers are used in concrete, different type of fibers we explained before. And for frequency of tests on hardened fiber reinforced concrete shall be in accordance with following requirements. What are those? We have to understand them. Is batch mixing. Then what is saying? It's batch mixing means what we say. Tests shall be made with same frequency as in conventional concrete. Right. Now it says tests shall be made with same frequency as in conventional concrete. Each test shall be made from a separate batch. On each day, fiber reinforced concrete is mixed. At least one test shall be made for each class of material. When fibers are added, subject for approval of engineer at truck mixer, for the test shall be made for each 20 meter cube or fraction thereof, or wherever significant changes have been made in proportioning controls. On each day, fiber reinforced concrete is mixed. At least one test shall be made for each class of material. Now for shotcrete, Tests shall be made for each 38 meter cube placed using specimen sawed or cored from structure. Now this for shotcrete. Tests shall be made for each 38 meter cube placed using specimens sawed or cored from structure. Means we take concrete from structure, that's shotcrete sample, and for each 38 meter cube which is placed using a specimen saw specimen or cored from structure or from corresponding test panels prepared in accordance with practice ASTM C1604 and C1140 on each day. Fiber reinforced concrete shotcrete. Fiber reinforced shotcrete is prepared. At least one test shall be made for each class of material. So first we studied batch mixer, that is for separate batch, that is then when we have studied three possibilities here, three cases here. One is frequency of tests for batch mixing, other one is when fibers are added, and then is for shotcrete. So batch mixing would say that test shall be made with same frequency as in conventional concrete. We know that batch mixing is about 30 meter cube or what is there, for one test you can say. And then there's when fibers are added subject for approval of engineer truck mixer, a test shall be made for each 20 meter cube of fraction thereof, and then it is for shotcrete, which is for 38 meter cube, and sample from site or placed fiber. A shotcrete shall be taken by sawing or by pouring from structure, and this is what say that these are three possibilities. Then we go to quality control charts. Now quality control charts. Contractors shall submit a continuous statistical analysis. Contractors shall submit a continuous statistical analysis on a monthly basis for strength, showing potential strength, of concrete, potential strength of concrete, variations in measured strength by determining standard deviation, batch to batch variations of proportions and characteristics of constituent materials in concrete, production, delivery and handling process, and climate conditions and variations in sampling, specimen preparations, curing and testing procedures within tests. So I repeat this paragraph. This is quality concrete charts related, and it says that contractor shall submit a continuous statistical analysis on a monthly basis for strength showing potential strength of concrete, variations on measured strength by determining standard deviation margin. So variation in measured strength by determining standard deviation margin, batch to batch variations of proportions and characteristics of constituent materials in concrete, production, delivery and handling process, and climatic conditions and variations in sampling, specimen preparations, curing and testing procedures within tests. So these are parameters based on which we shall follow how to control this. Again I am reading this because this is a little complicated one. Contractor shall submit a continuous statistical analysis. Means information is available, we have to analyze that information, which is called statistical quantity, statistical information, and that is to be done on a monthly basis for strength showing potential strength of concrete, variations in measured strength, by determining standard deviation margin. You know what is standard deviation? We use in concrete, in cube tests, etc. We use this property of standard deviation. and margin. Batch to batch variations of proportions, batch to batch variations of proportions and characteristics of constituent materials in concrete. Production, delivery and handling process and climate conditions, variations in sampling specimen, preparation, curing and testing procedures within text. Now, next to contractor shall provide in this analysis, mean strength, calculated standard deviation. You have to provide mean strength, then calculated standard deviation, normal distribution of concrete strength and frequency histograms. Contractor shall draw upper and lower lines for warning line. Target main strength plus minus 2 into standard deviation and control line target mean strength plus minus 3 into standard deviation. So there are two lines mentioned, target mean strength and target mean strength again. So this is contractor shall provide in his analysis mean strength, which is not a difficult decision, mean strength, calculated standard deviation and normal distribution of concrete strength and frequency histograms. Contractor shall draw upper and lower lines for warning line. For warning, target mean strength and plus minus 2, target mean strength plus minus 2 and standard deviation multiplied by that. So target mean strength plus minus 2 into standard deviation and control line. This is warning line, warning line is that, and that's called upper and lower lines, and upper and lower lines is that, and control line is target mean strength plus minus 3 into standard deviation. This is control line, and that was, you can say, warning lines. It's called upper and lower lines. Upper and lower lines we call it. Then contractor shall use methods of computing standard deviation along with coefficient of the variation and factors for computing within test standard deviation from range addressed in ACI 214. Recalculated margin. This recalculated margin if adopted by engineer becomes a current margin for judgment of compliance with specified characteristic strength of concrete, and that is recalculated margin if adopted by engineer becomes current margin for a judgment of compliance and with specific characteristics strength of concrete. Now, works test cubes. It says that test cubes shall be taken for specified from fresh mixes. Test cubes shall be taken as specified from fresh mixed concrete which is being used in works and which has been prepared in normal way. Cubes shall be numbered sequentially and marked. About cubes, normal way, cubes shall be taken as specified from fresh mixed concrete which is being used in works and which has been prepared in normal way. Yes, I think I should take more water. One more. Yes. I'm enjoying too much. All of this. down and down. Test cube shall be taken as specified from fresh mixed concrete which is being used in works and which has been prepared in normal way. Now, cube shall be numbered sequentially and marked. A, what we have to mark on that? Time, date and name of individual. Time, date and name of individual. Section of work from which samples are taken. Mix reference and delivery note number. Name of technician and whatever other relevant information. So these are 5 information. I think it's too much, means we cannot write everything on cube, means we have to put some reference on that, or we have to write on register. So time is okay, date is okay, and name of individual in abbreviation form is fine. Then section of work from which samples are taken, we have to refer to some entry of this for this, and mix reference and delivery note number also in register. Then name of technician, that's also referred to, and then any other relevant information. It can't be done on cubes, I think you have to go like that. So then test for slump, and that is BSEN 123502, test for slump, that's for BNEN 123502, and temperature shall be made and recorded whenever samples are taken. Now cube manufacturer shall be in accordance with BSEN 123902. When self-compacting concrete is used, concrete specimen shall not be consolidated in molds, and it shall be placed in a single lift, then leveled with minimum manipulation. All samples shall be molded at job site on a leveled surface area to within 20 mm per meter. Now, immediately after molding and finishing, the specimen shall be stored for a period of up to 48 hours in temperature range from 20 to 26 degrees and in an environment preventing moisture loss from specimen. Now, specimen shall not be transported or handled until at least 14 hours after casting. Samples shall not be transported or handled until at least 14 hours after casting. Now, transportation time from site to laboratory for final curing and strength testing shall not exceed 4 hours. So, transportation time from site to laboratory for final curing and strength testing shall not exceed 4 hours. Specimens shall be protected from direct sun or rapid evaporation and placed on cushion layer to reduce vibration. Rejection of concrete mixes. Rejection of concrete mixes. Concrete mixes shall be rejected if they fail to meet one or more requirements which cannot be brought into compliance as related to any of following. Concrete mixes shall be rejected if they fail to meet one or more requirements which cannot be brought into compliance as related to whatever following. Improper class or grade of concrete, that is improper class, so in that case we will not accept that. Then slump or temperature not within specified limits. Slump and temperature, remember, if both are not within limits, it is rejected, so we can reject on site itself. Don't accept that concrete. No need of further discussion or dispute. If temperature is not within limits and slump is not within limits, directly reject that. Don't receive that concrete. Then oversized aggregate is very important point, and maximum mortar cement ratio is exceeded. So in all these four situations, your concrete is rejected even without tests. Now, concrete shall not be rejected unless it has been visually inspected by engineer or representative. Now, unsatisfactory concrete works. Unsatisfactory concrete work. These people are just for nothing giving messages, and I'm not interested in their message, but they keep on sending messages for nothing. I don't understand these people's behavior. Unsatisfactory concrete works. Concrete works, if you say concrete works, itself it tells that it's not small or you can say low profile work. It's very much expensive and quality based work. Test shall be conducted. A test shall be average of strength. Test shall be average of strength of specimen tested at age specified. Test shall be average of strength of specimen tested at stage, at age specified, say 7th day, 28th day, 56th day, 90 days, whatever. If a specimen shows definite evidence other than low strength, if a specimen shows definite evidence other than low strength of improper sampling, molding, handling, curing or testing, it shall be discarded and strength of remaining specimens shall then be considered test result, and where range of test values is more than 15% of mean, results shall be disregarded unless an investigation reveals an acceptable reason to justify disregarding an individual test value. To conform to new requirements of specification, to this requirement of specification, strength tests representing each class of concrete must meet following requirements. So this paragraph again for information, because so many complications are involved. It says, I read this paragraph again for your information, that whatever we are doing should be done clearly, and because this is technical chapter, this is not normal chapters. There are so many ins and outs, and there are so many suppositions, assumptions in every work. We have to be very clear about that viewpoint. It says a test shall be average of strength. A test shall be average of strength. It's not only one test. It may be having many cubes, and average of that cubes, you can say 4 cubes, 2 cubes, 3 cubes, depending upon which test we are doing. Test shall be average of strength of specimen. Test at age specified. If a specimen shows definite evidence other than low strength, means if its specimen shows definite evidence other than low strength of improper sampling was not done correctly according to requirements, and molding was not right, handling, curing and testing, etc., then this sample should be discarded, and strength of remaining specimens shall then be considered. Test results, and where range of test values is more than 15% of mean, results shall be disregarded. You understand this? You have got test results of all those under test range, all specimen, and average. You can say test results shall means if not according to, if this molding is not according to, your taking sample is not according to specifications, there are some lapses in that, then you have to discard those cubes and depend on available cubes you have. And when you can say when this range of test values is more than 15% of mean, means whatever cubes you have, you take mean result of that, and your single cube there is more than 15% of that, no, result shall be disregarded unless an investigation reveals an acceptable reason to justify disregarding an individual test value or test value. Conform to this requirement of specification, strength tests representing each class of concrete must meet following requirements. What are those? Average of any three consecutive strength tests shall be equal to or greater than specified strength F-C, greater than or specified equal to. When specified strength is 35 MPa, let us say specified is 35 MPa, no individual strength test average of at least 2 specimen tests shall be more than 35 MPa, or you can say in this case 3.5 MPa below specified strength. So it is 3.5 MPa, 35 minus 3.5, no much below specified strength. And FC, strength FC, strength FC. Now, when specified strength is greater than 35, when specified strength is greater than 35, no individual strength test average of 2 specimen tests shall be less than 0.9 FC. So there's a difference now. Well, it says when specified strength is 35 MPa or less, no individual strength test average of at least 2 specimen tests shall be made at 3.5 MPa below specified strength. And when specified strength is greater than 35 MPa, no individual test strength standard test average of 2 specimen test shall be less than 90.9 F-C. So there is a for 35 and above, it's 0.9 is that average of 2 specimen tests shall be less than this. No individual strength shall be less than this 0.9 FC. In the other case, it should be FC, that's up to 35. Average of at least specimen test shall not be more than 3.5 MPa below specified strength. So 3.5 there, and here is 9.9, which is dependent on that. So these are two basics which you understand. Again, I am telling you this. It's very important. You should understand that point. It says that when specified strength is 35 MPa or less, in individual strength tests, average of at least 2 specimen tests shall be more than 3.5 MPa below specified strength F-C. So you can say no individual strength should be that. And when specified strength is 35 or above, no individual strength test average of 2 specimens shall be less than 0.9. So we go further, then should any of test results be unsatisfactory, engineer may order work to be stopped. So it's really complicated to just make a point in this. There's no direct link. You have to depend on situation to situation, case to case. Let me check and see. There is hot. Now, in case of 7 days work cubes test proving unsatisfactory, if you see 7 days work cube test proving unsatisfactory, work may be stopped. Work may be stopped. Liable to rejection pending results of 28 days test. If test results fail to comply with requirements, work represented shall immediately be liable to rejection. In case of 7 days work cube test proving unsatisfactory, work may be stopped, liable to rejection pending results of 28 days test. If test results fail to comply with requirements, work represented shall be immediately liable to rejection. Cost of all such cuttings, preparation of specimen, transportation and testing, and of making good portions of structure affected shall be borne by contractor. Certainly, contractor shall pay for that. There's nothing wrong with that. Regardless of satisfactory level, regardless of satisfactory test cube results, concrete work which in engineers' opinion is excessively honeycombed or in other way is defective shall be liable to rejection. Minor defects apparent on stripping formwork must be made good at contractor's expense. No such repair work shall be carried out until after inspection by engineer and his acceptance on proposed treatment has been given. Work which has not been previously inspected but which shows signs of such treatment shall be liable to rejection as defective work. Most of all delays on site due to faulty concrete work shall be met by contractor. It's now concrete plants we are going to start. That's part 7 of this specification, concrete plants. And plants. Okay. In this, let me go to this index. It is first of all, let us say, concrete plants. First is general. In general is scope, references, batching. General is scope and reference, and then batching. It is general, plant type, bins and weigh batches, tolerance of measuring equipment. Batching tolerance is charging mixer, then in mixing charged concrete materials, charging concrete materials, mixing time for stationary mixers, mixing is limitation of water, cement ratio, ready mix concrete in general, appendix A concrete plant inspection checklist. So we say general in concrete plants, what is there? This part covers batching and mixing of concrete. So says that this part covers batching and mixing of concrete together with inspection of concrete plants. Now related sections and parts are as follows in this section. Part 1 is general, part 2 is aggregates, and part 3 is cementitious materials, part 4 is water, part 5 is admixtures, part 6 is property requirements, part 8 is transporting and placing concrete, and part 15 is hot weather concrete, and part 16 is miscellaneous. Now references in this are ACI 304 guides for measuring, mixing, transporting and placing concrete. This is guides for measuring. Guides for measuring, mixing, transporting and placing concrete. ASTM C94 specification for ready mix concrete. BS 18831 testing concrete. BS 8500, that is concrete specification complementary to EN 206. Then BS EN 12390 testing of hardened concrete, and BS EN 12390-2000 testing hardened concrete part 1 shape, dimensions and other requirements of specimens and molds. BS EN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete part 2 making and curing specimens for strength tests. BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete part 3 compressive strength of test specimen. Then BSEN 12390 and 4-2000, which is testing hardened concrete, especially in the part 4. So part 3 was compressive strength of test specimen, and part 4 is compressive strength specification for testing machines. And BSEN 12390-5-2000 testing hardened concrete part 5 flexural strength of test specimen, and BSEN 12390-6-2000 testing hardened concrete part 6 tensile spreading strength of test specimen, and BSEN 12390-7-2000 testing hardened concrete part 7 density of hardened concrete, and BSEN 12390 at 8-2000 testing hardened concrete part 8 depth of penetration of water under pressure. And BNES 12350 testing fresh concrete. And then BSEN 12350-2000 testing fresh concrete part 1 sampling. Then sampling part 1, and then you can say BSEN 12350-2000 testing fresh concrete part 2 slum test, and BSEN 12350-3-2000 it is testing fresh concrete part 3 webby test, and BSEN 12350-4-2000 testing fresh concrete part 4 degree of compressibility. Then WebB test. BSEN 123504 2000 testing fresh concrete part 4 degree of compatibility, and BSEN 12350-5 2000 testing fresh concrete part 5 flow table test. Then testing fresh concrete, that's 1235006 2000 density, and BSEN 12350 2000 testing fresh concrete part 7 air content pressure methods. This is regarding BS references, and this you can say, so there are such references for this testing concrete, and this starts from one is ASCI 304, one is so there are so many references in ACI 304, then ACTM C94. One is for mixing, transportation, and placing, and one is for ready mix specifications. And then is BS, it is testing of hardened concrete part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. Part 1 is shape, dimension and modes, and part 2 is making and curing the specimen, and part 3 is compressive strength, part 4 is compressive strength, part 5 is flexural strength or test specimen, part 6 is tensile strength, part 7 is density of hardened concrete, and part 8 then similarly you can see part here, part 1 is shape, dimension, part and others, part 2 is making and curing, part 3 is compressive strength, part 4 is compressive strength, that's specimen that was compressive strength of test specimen, part 4 compressive strength of testing machine, part 5 is flexural strength of test specimen, part 6 is tensile splitting strength of test specimen, part 7 is density of hardest concrete. Then say like this, this moves on, and then you get, this is on GSO EN 2006-1, that is GSO means the Gulf standards, concrete specification, performance, production and conformity. GSO ISO 1920-1, testing of concrete part 1, sampling of fresh concrete. Then it is 2, transfer, testing of concrete. When I say 2 means same as before. This is no, it's just like GSO. There are sampling of fresh concrete, sampling of properties of fresh concrete, making and curing test procedures, and strength of hardened concrete properties, hardened concrete other than strength, and testing of concrete part 6, sampling, preparation and testing of concrete core, non-destructive test on hardened concrete, and then determination of or drying shrinkage of concrete for samples prepared for in field or in laboratory, and then testing of concrete part 9, determination of screed concrete, cylinders in compression, and testing of concrete part 10, determination of able sizes. Here we move to batching now. Batching. Because these references were already talked of, so it's only repetition, no need of repetition. You can see this reference in file if you are interested to see that. Nothing as such we should do about. Now, general. During measurement operations, aggregates shall be handled in a manner to maintain their desired grading. on all materials shall be weighed to tolerances required for desired representativity of selected concrete mix. Coarse aggregate shall be controlled to minimum segregation. Coarse aggregate shall be controlled to minimize the segregation and undersized material. For fine aggregates shall be controlled to minimize variations in gradation, giving special attention to keeping finer finer fractions, uniform and exercising care to avoid excessive removal of fines during processes. Now, avoid blending two sizes. Avoid blending two sizes of aggregates, fine aggregates, by placing alternate amounts in bins or stockpiles, or when loading cars or trucks. Alright, now I thought something else about some other problem. I come back to concrete. That would try to open some window here if I can. If some air comes in better for me. For ventilation purposes, just a minute please. It's very suffocated here. Only one window is open. Let me try if I can open another one. Suffocation. Sorry gentlemen. Now, avoid blending two sizes of fine aggregate says avoid blending two sizes of fine aggregate by placing alternate amounts in bins or stockpiles. Avoid blending two sizes of fine aggregates by placing alternate amounts in bins or stockpiles, or when loading cars or trucks. Satisfactory results are achieved when different size fractions are blended as they flow into stream from regulating gates or feeders. A more reliable method of control for a wide range of plant and job conditions, however, is to separate storage, handling and batching of coarse and fine fractions. So in this there are three conditions mentioned, and now fourth is stockpiling of coarse aggregate shall be kept to minimum because fines tend to settle and accumulate. Stockpiles of coarse aggregate shall be kept to a minimum because fines tend to settle and accumulate. When stockpiling is necessary, use of correct methods minimizes problems with fines. When stockpiling is necessary, use of correct methods minimizes problems with fines, segregation, aggregate breakage. Excessive variation in gradation and contamination, stockpiles shall be built up in horizontal or gently sloping layers, not by end dumping. Trucks, loaders and dozers or other equipment shall not be operated on stockpiles because in addition to breaking aggregate, they frequently track dirt onto piles. So I read this again because its control point. Stockpiling of coarse aggregate shall be kept to a minimum, means height, because fines tend to settle and accumulate. When stockpiling is necessary, use of correct methods minimizes problems with fines, segregation, aggregate breakage, excessive variation in gradation and contamination. Stockpiles shall be built up in horizontal or gently sloping layers. Stockpiling shall be built up in horizontal or gently sloping layers, not by end dumping. Now trucks, loaders and dozers or other equipment shall not be operated on stockpiles because in addition to breaking aggregate, they frequently track dirt onto piles. So this para clearly says your coarse aggregate should not be too high, only with gentle slope, and because your fines get settled and that segregates them, and that's not acceptable. So it takes again, stockpiling of coarse aggregate shall be kept to a minimum because fines tend to settle and accumulate. When stockpiling is necessary, use of correct methods minimizes problems with fines, segregation, aggregate breakage, excessive variation in gradation and contamination. Stockpiles shall be built up in horizontal or gentle sloping layers, not by end dumping. Trucks, loaders and dozers or other equipment shall not be operated on stockpiles because in addition to breaking aggregate, they frequently track dirt onto piles. Now stockpile located to prevent contamination. Stockpiles located to prevent contamination, arranged to assure that each aggregate as removed from its stockpile is distinct and not intermingled with others. Concrete supplier is asked to separate storage bins or compartments for each size and type of aggregate, properly constructed and charged to prevent mixing of different sizes or types. Again, stockpiles located to prevent contamination, arranged to assure that each aggregate as removed from its stockpile is distinct and not intermingle with others. Concrete supplier is asked to separate storage bins or compartments for each size and type of aggregate, properly constructed and charged to prevent mixing of different sizes or types. Now, sequencing and blending of ingredients. Sequencing and blending of ingredients during charging of mixers shall be carried out in such a way as to obtain uniformity and homogeneity in concrete produced as indicated by such physical properties. Says the sequencing and blending of ingredients during charging of mixers shall be carried out in such a way to obtain uniformity and homogeneity in concrete produce as indicated by such physical properties as unit weight, slump, air content strength and air-free mortar content in successive batches of same mix proportion and as stated in ASTM C94 Annex A. So I read both these paragraphs. Stockpiles located to prevent contamination, arranged to assure that each aggregate as removed from its stockpile is distinct and not intermingled with others. Concrete supplier is asked to separate storage bins or compartments for each size and type of aggregate, properly constructed and charged to prevent mixing of different sizes of types. Now, sequencing and blending of ingredients. Sequences and blending of ingredients during charging of mixers shall be carried out in such a way as to obtain uniformity and homogeneity in concrete produced as indicated by such physical properties as unit weight, slump, air content, strength and air-free mortar content in successive batches of same mix portions and stated in ASTM C94 Annex A. Now, mix recipe for mixes to be produced shall be readily available to mixer operator. Only authorized personnel shall be allowed to make changes to mix design. All cement bags shall be stored in weathertight, properly ventilated structures to prevent absorption of moisture. Storage facilities for bulk cement and shall include separate compartments for each type of cement used. Interior of cement silo shall be smooth. Interior of cement silo shall be smooth with a minimum bottom slope of 50 degrees from horizontal for a circular silo and 55 to 60 degrees for a rectangular silo. Silos shall be equipped with non-clogging air diffusion flow pads through which small quantities of dry, oil-free, low-pressure air can be introduced intermittently at approximately 3 to 5 psi, 20 degrees 35 degrees psi. To 35 psi to loosen cement that has settled tightly in silos. A storage silo shall be drawn down frequently, preferably once. Okay, I will speak this again. Okay, now say storage facility for bulk cement shall include separate compartments. Again, I am telling, for each type of cement used. Interior of cement silo shall be smooth with a minimum bottom slope of 50 degrees from horizontal for circular silo and 55 to 60 degrees for rectangular silo. Silos shall be equipped with a non-clogging air diffuser, flow pads through which a small quantity of free, dry oil-free, low-pressure air can be introduced intermittently at approximately 3 to 5 psi or 20 to 35 kPa to loosen cement that has settled tightly in silo. Storage silo shall be drawn down frequently, preferably once per month, to prevent cement caking. Now each bin compartment from which cement is batched shall include a separate gate, screw, conveyor or slide, rotary feeder or other conveyance that effectively allows both constant flow and precise cutoffs to obtain accurate batching of cement. I say again, each bin compartment from which cement is batched shall include a separate gate, screw, conveyor, air slide, rotary feeder or other convenience that effectively allows both constant flow and precise cutoff to obtain accurate batching of cement. Now fly ash, ground slag or other pozzolanas shall be handled, conveyed and stored in same manner as cement. Bins, however, shall be completely separate from cement bins without common wall that would allow materials to leak into cement bin. Now you can say fly ash, ground slag or other pozzolanas shall be handled, conveyed and stored in same manner as cement. Bins, however, shall be completely separate from cement bins without common walls that could allow material to leak into cement. Then all bins and silos shall be properly tagged at silos, bins and near charging hose. Now we say bags of cement should be stacked on pallets or similar platforms to permit proper circulation of air. For a storage period of less than 60 days, stacked bags no higher than 14 years. Or I say bags of cement should be stocked on pallets or similar platforms to permit proper circulation of air. For a stoppage period of less than 60 days, stack bags no higher than 14 layers and for longer period no higher than 7 layers. go further. What's happening? I don't know. Guys, yeah, just don't disturb me, please. Don't send your messages. It stops my video. People don't understand. I don't know what they want. I'm not living soft, they're not coming with work. Unnecessary sending messages for nothing. I'm not answering even that lesson. Like that. Water basher and water pipe should be leak free. If ice is used, ice facilitates, including equipment for batching and transporting to mixer, should be properly insulated to prevent ice from melting before it is in mixer. What says about cement? Bags of cement should be stacked on pallets or similar platforms to permit proper circulation of air for a storage period of less than 60 days. Stack bags no higher than 14 layers in and for longer periods, no higher than 7 layers. Then water batcher. Water batcher and water pipe should be leak free. Ice is used. If ice is used, ice facilities including equipment for batching and transporting to mixer should be properly insulated to prevent ice from melting before it is in mixer. Now plant type. This was about now plant type and then Benson way batcher. Plant type. Manual control batching, then semi-automatic control batching, and then automatic control batching. There are 3 types. So manual control batching. What is manual control batching? Would say manual plants are acceptable for small jobs having low batching rate requirements. Generally for jobs up to a total concrete quantity of 1000 meter cube and 10 meter cube per hour. So 10 meter cube per hour is small concrete, so they say manual control can work. Then for semi-automatic control batching, in which aggregate bin gates for charging batches are opened by manually operated push button or switches. Gates are closed automatically when designated weight of material has been delivered. So I repeat, semi-automatic control batching. In this system, aggregate bin gates for charging batches are opened by manually operated push button or switches. Gates are closed automatically when designated weight of material has been delivered. Okay, then we can say automatic control batching. Automatic control. It's about 5:38. Automatic control batching. Automatic batching of all materials is electrically activated by a single starter switch. However, interlocks shall interrupt batching cycle when when scale has not returned to plus minus 0.3% of zero top balance of when when weighing balance. I think it's better ventilation than before. At least something is better. Automatic control batching. Automatic batching of all metals are electrically activated by a single starter switch. However, interlock shall interrupt batching cycle. That is, interlocks shall interrupt batching cycles when scale has not returned to plus minus 0.3% of zero balance, or when weighing tolerances detailed in clause 725 of this part are exceeded. Bins and weigh batching. Bins and weigh batching now. This is a little machine part and very slow I am going on this because it's an application of concrete mixing which must be clear to everybody. Now batch plant bins shall be of sufficient size. Bin size is talking. Batch plant bin shall be of sufficient size to effectively accommodate production capacity of plant. Compartments in bins separate and various concrete materials and shape and arrangements of aggregates bins shall prevent aggregate segregation and leakage. So that's quantification of hazard. Weigh batches shall be charged with easy operating clamshells. Weigh batches shall be charged with easy operating clamshells or undercut radial type bin gates. Now gates used to charge semi-automatic and fully automatic batches. Gates used to charge semi-automatic and fully automatic batches shall be power operated and equipped with suitable in-flight correction to obtain desired weighing accuracy. Alright, then you can say, let me continue. So I was a little diverted to something. I don't know what happens with me. So weigh batches shall be accessible. Let me say, wait a minute. I said weigh batches shall be charged with easy operating clamshells or undercut radial type bin gates. Gates used to charge semi-automatic and fully automatic batches be power operated and equipped with a suitable in-flight correction to obtain desired weighing accuracy. Okay, now gates used to charge semi-automatic and fully automatic batches shall be power operated and equipped with a suitable in-flight correction to obtain desired weighing accuracy. Alright then. Gates used to charge semi-automatic and fully automatic batches shall be power operated and equipped with suitable in-flight correction to obtain desired weighing accuracy. They shall be calibrated by plant supplier for types of aggregate used at standard range of moisture content. Weigh batches shall be accessible for obtaining representative samples and they shall be arranged to obtain proper sequencing and blending of aggregates during charging of mixer. Amount of concrete mixed in any one batch shall not exceed rated capacity of mixer. All mixing and batching plants shall be maintained free of set concrete, if of cement or shell shall be cleaned before commencing. Now, amount of concrete mixed in any one batch shall not exceed a rated capacity of mixture. All mixing and batching plants shall be maintained free of set concrete and or cement shall be cleaned before. Amount of concrete mixed in any one batch shall not exceed the rated capacity of mixer. All mixer and batching plants shall be maintained free of said concrete or cement and shall be cleaned before commencing mixing. For each different type of cement at use at plant, a separate silo shall be provided. Now, tolerance of measuring equipment. Tolerance of measuring equipment. Now, scales for weighing concrete ingredients shall be accurate when in use within plus minus 3% and plus minus 1.5 additives, means plus minus 1.5% for additives. Standard test weighs shall be available to permit checking of scale accuracy. Tolerance of measuring equipment. What I should do is windows open, shape of light off. I think you know that will be there now for time being. It's only around 6. My charging heavy charges. It's 100%, 99%. Can I put off charge for half an hour? And I'll be able to read this properly. So, scales of weighing concrete ingredients shall be accurate when in use within plus minus 3% and plus minus 1.5 additives. Standard test weighs shall be available to permit checking of scale accuracy. Testing of weighers shall be at 3-month intervals. If water is dispensed by flow meter, frequency of testing shall be 3 months intervals. Such testing shall be undertaken by a calibration company. Alright, then I say, once again I read testing of wares. Testing of wares shall be a 3-month interval if water is dispersed by flow meter. Frequency of testing shall be at 3 months intervals. So such testing shall be undertaken by a calibration company approved by Central Materials Laboratory and calibrated to a recognized international standard. Test certificate shall be displayed in plant and displayed in plant in prominent positions. It should be known to everybody that this will be tested. And then batching tolerances. Now, the operation of batching equipment shall be such that concrete ingredients are consistently measured within following tolerances. And what are those? Plant shall have ability to flag values that are outside these limits. Operator shall make manual adjustments to batching and final weighs shall be within given limits. Stated in table 7.1, any adjustments shall be displayed on batch weighing printouts. Now, cementitious materials shall be measured. Now, this is for this material. Cementitious material, then aggregate, and then water. All ice, etc. is given in this sequence, which is very important from understanding engineering point of view, from this point of view, because now we need to add ingredients into mixer, not simply talking of mixer. Ingredients are being added, and I think that my hot water is over. Now normal water take. Cementitious now. Cementitious materials shall be measured by mass. When supplementary cementitious materials are used in concrete mixtures, cumulative mass is permitted to be measured with hydraulic cement. But in batch hopper and on a scale which is separate and distinct from those used on other materials. Now, aggregate shall be measured by mass. Aggregate shall be measured by mass. Batch mass measurement shall be based on dry materials, and shall be required masses of dry materials plus total mass of moisture, both absorbed and surface, contained in aggregate. Now, mixing water shall consist of water added to batch, ice added to batch, water occurring as surface moisture on aggregate, and water introduced in form of admixtures. So, added water shall be measured by weight or volume. Now, added ice shall be measured by weight in case of truck mixers. Any wash water retained in drum for use in next batch of concrete shall be accurately measured. If this proves impractical or impossible, wash water shall be discharged prior to loading next batch of concrete. Chemical admixtures in powdered form shall be measured by mass. Liquid chemical admixture shall be batched by mass or volume. Then it is cement supplied in bags shall be placed directly from bag into intake of mixing plant, and each batch must contain. So I'll repeat this because this is feminist cement. Supplied in bag shall be placed directly from bag into intake or mixing plant, and each batch must contain one or more complete bags of cement. No mixture having a rated capacity of less than one batch shall be used, and mixer shall not be charged in excess of its rated capacity. As let us go to see all this back, and of course with table. So let us say batching tolerances. Title is batching tolerances, and this is what we read about. If I put charge back, so I'll put up the half an hour, I put charge lights off here. Let us see how it works, if I can do this. This is here and this is here back. Okay, let me see how it works. Operation of batching equipment shall be such that operation of batching equipment shall be such that concrete ingredients are consistently measured. Operation of batching equipment shall be such that concrete ingredients are consistently measured within following tolerances. Plant shall have ability to flag values. Plant shall have ability to flag values that are outside these limits. Operator shall make manual adjustments to batching, and final weights shall be within given limits stated in table 7.1. Now adjustment shall be displayed on batch weighing printouts. Now cementitious materials shall be measured by mass. Cementitious materials shall be of mass. When supplementary cementitious materials are used in concrete, supplementary as we discussed before, PFA, poly, pulverized fly ash, or GGBS or microsilica, these are all supplementary cementitious materials, are used in concrete mixtures. Cumulative mass is permitted to be measured with hydraulic cement, but in a batch hopper and on a scale which is separate and distinct from those used for other materials. Aggregate shall be measured by mass. Batch mass measurements shall be based on dry materials, and shall be required masses of dry materials plus total mass of moisture, both absorbed and surface contained in aggregate. Now mixing water shall consist of water added to batch, ice added to batch, water occurring as surface moisture on aggregates, and water introduced in form of admixtures. Total added water shall be measured by weight or volume. Added ice shall be measured by weight in case of truck mixers. Wash water retained in drum for use in next batch of concrete. In case of truck mixers, any wash water retained if drum for use in next batch of concrete shall be accurately measured. If this proves impractical or impossible, wash water shall be discharge, discharge prior to loading next batch of concrete. Now added ice shall be measured by weight in case of truck mixers. Any wash water retained Now we'll go further on this. So added ice we have talked of. Added ice shall be measured by weight in case of truck mixer. Any wash water retained in drum for use in next batch of concrete shall be accurately measured, and if this is not possible, wash water shall be discharged prior to loading next batch of concrete. Chemical admixtures in powder form shall be measured by mass. Load liquid chemical admixture shall be batched by mass of oil. Alright, then say chemical admixture in powder form shall be measured by mass. Liquid chemical admixture shall be batched by mass of oil. Table says 7-1, let us read to table. Typical batching tolerances ingredient. You refer to table. This is on page 68 of 205. This is table. It says typical batching tolerances ingredients. Typical batching tolerance ingredients, and then batch weighs greater than 30% of scale capacity, in which there is individual batching and cumulative batching, and then the next is batch weighs less than 30% of scale capacity. And one is individual batching and the column is cement batching. Now, in this typical batching tolerance ingredients, there are suppositions as here, that is cement and other cementitious materials. Next is water by volume or weight, and third is aggregate, and fourth is admixtures by volume or weight percentage. Now, batch weighs greater than 30% of scale capacity. In this case, individual batching and cumulative batching. Basically, individual batching is plus minus 1%. Batch weighs greater than 30% of scale capacity. Individual batches and cumulative batching. Now, in this plus minus 1% of required mass or plus minus 0.3% of scale capacity, whichever is greater, you have to see that. Less wave batching. So this table is saying, on this writing this in my mind, plus minus 1% of required mass or plus minus 0.3% of scale capacity, whichever is greater. In this water by volume or weight is percentage, that is now this is plus minus 1 as individual batching this is greater than 30% capacity, then not recommended for second one. And for aggregate, this is plus minus 2% and plus minus 1%. Similarly, that is for aggregate, and for the admixture by volume or weight, it's plus minus 3%, plus minus 0.3%. So we come to now in this column of required mass batching and batching, that is plus minus 1% of required mass and plus minus 0.3% of scale capacity, which is batching in case. If you see batching in this case, and that is well, it's plus minus 1, and aggregate is plus minus 2, admixture by volume or weight percentage is plus minus 3. Batch, individual batching, and cumulative batching, water by volume weight is not recommended. Aggregate. Alright, then you say plus minus 2, that's aggregate percentages, and admixture by volume or weight percentage is plus minus 3. So there are ranges in this batch, individual batching, plus minus 1, this is water by volume, plus minus 2 aggregate, and plus minus 3 admixture volume of weight. Then is cumulative batching not recommended, first one. This is weight and 2 here. Now come on to next one, and that is individual batching, which is batch with less than 30% of scale capacity. Previously was greater than 7. So in this case, no loss than required weight of 4% more than required weight. Plus minus 1%, and that is individual batching and not recommended the other one, and plus minus 2%. Other one is plus minus 3%, 1%, 2%. Come on, then we go to next one, that is cumulative batching and not recommended for first one, plus minus 1, then aggregate plus minus 0.3% of scale capacity, or plus minus 3% required cumulative weight, whichever is less, and plus minus 3% not recommended in both cases. So cement supplied in bags shall be placed directly from bag into intake of mixing plant, and each batch must contain one or more complete bags of cement. No mixer having a rated capacity of less than one batch shall be used, and mixer shall not be charged in excess of the bags capacity. Now, charge in mixer 7 to 6. Charge in mixer. It's time, I think 6. Let us finish charging mixer and mixing and then we'll leave it today. Charging mixer. Good morning, Fazul Khan. Khan's there. Let me at his right. Thanks to them, otherwise maybe I forget. Thanks to both. Problem in this item. It's moving and this is moving. I don't know why. I should later on leave it now for this. Okay. I'll do it later on. It's fine. Problem writing answer. So we'll write later on. Charging mixer. Each batch shall be so charged into mixer. See this table which I talking last time, referring to this table. This is available on this file. If you read that, you can understand better, because explaining table from here without showing you is not that good, because I want to copy in my mobile. I cannot show you that one. So you can read that by downloading the file. Now I'm going to speak about charging mixer, and this is concrete is very big technology, and we must be clear about that. That's the real reason I'm telling each and every word. And this file I thought it's better to share with you. That's the only reason. And I'll try to get one from FIDIC also, if you could find that, because that file must also be good, because FIDIC is also very strong in specifications. So I'll see that I can get that also if I could. And then it says charging mixer. So each batch shall be so charged into mixer that some of water shall enter in advance of cement and aggregate. Control shall be provided to prevent batching ingredients from entering mix before previous batch has been completely discharged. So let's say what it means. Charging mixer. Each batch shall be so charged into mixer that some of water will enter in advance of cement and aggregates. Control shall be provided to prevent batched ingredients from entering mixer before previous batch has been completely discharged. First batch of concrete through mixer shall contain an excess of cement to allow for coating of inside of mixing drum without reducing required mortar content of mix. Now mixing plant that has been out of action for more than 30 minutes shall be thoroughly cleaned before any fresh concrete is mixed in it. When a change of mix is made to one using a different type of cement, mixing plant shall be thoroughly cleaned off, and all traces of previously used cement, whatever is time interval between successive mixing. Now mixing, charging concrete materials, mixing time for stationary mixers, and then mixing. So let's say mixing, charging concrete materials. Charging concrete materials. Now, is charging materials very important point. Water shall enter mixer first with continuous flow while other ingredients are entering mixer. Water charging pipes must be of proper design and of sufficient size so that water enters at a point well inside mixer and charging is completed within first 25% of prescribed mixing time, and where concrete uniformly shall be verified. Oh yeah, no problem. Sometimes you have to be a little careless. Water shall enter mixer first continuous flow while other ingredients are entering mixer. Water charging pipe must be of proper design and of suitable sufficient size so that water enters at a point well inside mixer and charging is completed within first 25% of of prescribed mixing time, and where concrete uniformly shall be verified by approved inspector. Admixture shall be charged to mixer in accordance with instructions of manufacturer. Automatic dispensers shall be used. Automatic dispensers shall be used. Mixing time for stationary mixers. Stationary mixers. All I know, mixing time required shall be based upon the ability of mixer to produce uniform, homogeneous, consistent mixture throughout batch and from batch to batch. Now, final mixing times shall be based on results of mixer performance tests made at start of project and time fixed unless a change is authorized by engineer. Time shall, however, not be less than 60 seconds unless otherwise verified as standard hereafter. Then 60 seconds, as I said, uh, where no mixer performance tests are made, acceptable mixing time for mixers have capacity of 75 meter cube or less. Okay. Time shall, however, not be less than 60 seconds unless otherwise verified as stated earlier. Where no mixer performance tests are made, acceptable mixing time for mixer having capacities of 0.75 meter cube, 0.75 meter cube or less and not less than 1 minute, and for mixers of greater capacity this minimum shall be 15 seconds, increased to 15 seconds for each cubic meter. So 1 minute, mixing time, it says where no mixer performance tests are made, acceptable mixing time for mixers having capacities of 0.75 meter cube or less shall not be less than 1 minute. There's a change in specifications now. For mixers of greater capacity, this minimum shall be increased to 15 s of for each cubic meter or fraction thereof of individual capacity. Where mixer performance tests have been made on given concrete mixtures in accordance with test program ASTM C94, Annex A and NRMCA certification, and mixers have been charged to their rated capacity, acceptable mixing time is permitted to be reduced for those particular circumstances to a point at which satisfactory making defined is STM, C94 and NRMCA certification for central mixing plants shall have been accomplished. And when mixing time is so reduced, when mixing time, it says reduced, so reduced the maximum time for mixing shall not exceed this reduced time by more than 60 seconds for air entrained concrete. Mixing time shall be measured from time all areas are in concrete. Now batch mixers with audible indicators, bag mixers with audible indicators used in combination with interlocks which prevent mixers discharge prior to completing or precast mixing. So now mixing will take up now later on. This is page 70 I am on. I'll be back on page 17 now because it's already 6:21. Let's talk of FIDIC little one. So I close this file and I'll shift to now open this file. This is now FIDIC and keep this file closed because I have to spend some time on contracts also. FIDIC now, as you know, we have been talking of this at length, and I was talking about, in this case, we're talking of something. I remember this was regarding arbitration labs. Which page is this? April 5, or something like that. Notes on preparations of special provisions. Yes, let's reach there now. Notes on preparation of tender documents. We have been talking of this. I think I had reached somewhere there. Every day, notes on preparation of special provisions, general provisions. which may accept. That's probably we forget sometime. Yeah. Which page was this, my dear? Notes on preparation of spatial provisions. That's that. Notes on preparation of special provisions. It's very important that employers and all drafters of special provisional work with their professional advisors to review specific terminology. To reveal their specific terminology in general conditions for compliance and consistency with accepted practices in legal jurisdiction they are operating in. For examples, under a number of legal systems, under a number of legal systems, notably in some common law jurisdictions, the term gross negligence has no clear definition and as such is often avoided in legal documents. And under English law, term indemnify has a specific meaning entitling indemnified party to recover certain losses that may not otherwise be recoverable at law. Example, a contractor indemnify may be constitute to permit employer to recover losses or damages that might otherwise be considered indirect or constructive. That might otherwise be considered indirect or consequential, whereas for some events which may arise both parties losses or damages are intended to be limited by subclause 115 limitation of liability or direct damage only. So there's an example. Now following the references are examples show some of subclauses in general conditions which may need amending to suit names of proposed list of proposed Now, following references examples to some of subclauses in general conditions which may need amending to suit need of project or requirements of employer. Selected subclauses and example wording are included as some examples only. They also include as an aid memoir, AID, MEMOIR, MEMOIR, references to other documents such as specifications and or drawings, and with contact data where particular issue may need to be addressed. Add no more now. Selected subclasses do not necessarily require changing, and example wording may not suit needs of particular project or employer. It's responsibility of drafter of special provisions to ensure that selection of subclasses and choice of wording is appropriate to project concern. Furthermore, there may be other subclauses not mentioned below which need be amended. Alright, selected subclasses do not necessarily require change, and example wording may not suit need of particular project or employer. It's the responsibility of drafter of special provisions to ensure that selection of subclasses and choices of wording is appropriate to project concern. Furthermore, there may be some other subclauses not mentioned below which need be amended. Great care must be taken when amending wording of subclasses from general conditions or adding new provisions. Let's ensure that. Furthermore, there may be other subclasses not mentioned below which need to be amended. Let's see now what's that. General provisions. Now subclass, for example, clause 1 definitions. What does it say? Opening word of subclass 1 mean definition applied not only to conditions of contract but to all documents of contract. This is say subclause 1 where we say definitions are there. This is for whole documents, or mean that definition apply not only to conditions to contract but to all documents of contract. Therefore, employers should take care, particularly who's drafting means says that the employer should take care, particularly when drafting of specification, and contractors should take care, particularly when drafting document. Okay. Now let's repeat this. As example is definition Opening words of subclause means definitions apply not only to conditions of contract but to all documents of contract. Therefore, employers should take care, particularly when drafting specification, and contractors should take care, particularly when drafting documents to tenderers, to use terms in accordance with those as defined in definition. Regarding definition of base date, let us say base date. Under subclass 114, employer makes significant data information available of tenderer 28 days or less before due date for submission of tender. Then it is recommended that employer consider extending that date so that such information is provided before base date for purpose of contract conditions, including subclause 2.525 site data and items of reference, and subclause 4.12 unforeseeable physical conditions. Now define term site under subclause 1174 is used for a number of different purposes in general conditions, for example, insurances and security. And so if it is anticipated that item of equipment, plant, materials and temporary works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed, it is recommended that consideration be given to specifying such places in contract by employer in after specifications, says that employer specifications and or by contractor in tender. So there's a difference here. All references must be given for whatever work you do, and those must be included for purpose of insurance, otherwise it shall impact upon your insurance. So let me read it again because this is an important clause. Define term site under subclause 1174 is used for a number of different purposes in general conditions, for example, insurance and security and so on. If it is anticipated that any items of equipment, plant, materials and temporary works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed, it's recommended that consideration be given to specifying such places in contract by employer in specification and or by contractor in tender. In general, changes should not be made in definitions as this could have serious consequences on interpretation of documents of contract, particularly conditions of contract. Now, however, there are limited circumstances where it may be desirable to amend some of definitions. For example, base date could be defined as particular calendar date. One particular foreign currency may be required. A different currency may be required to be in contract as local currency. Now, also some of defined terms in general conditions. Now we move to also some of defined terms or general conditions may not be appropriate and may need change and developing. Now, for example, if extent of state crosses, for example, site crosses the border between two countries, let us say, it is recommended that consideration be given to following changes. Example 120. Country means either this or that, depending on location of which tolerance will apply, reference will apply. Example 1152. Local currency means currency of insert name of country or insert name of country. Now tests after completion. Let's say if contract specifies that the contractor shall design any part of permanent works, and if after such part has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after expiration. Now, test and completion. If contractor specifies that contractor shall design any part of permanent works, and if after such has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after completion on that part, detailed requirement regarding these tests should be stated in specification. A specification should describe tests employer will carry out to verify that part designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirements, which requirements should also be stated in specifications. Further, it's recommended that consideration be given to including provisions in special provisions that are based on those of clause 12 in FIDIC's conditions of contract to plant and design. Now, if necessary to introduce new terminology, further it is recommended that consideration be given to include the provisions of special provisions that are based on those of clause 12 FIDIC conditions of contract for plant and design build projects, second edition to them. Further, it is recommended that consideration be given to including provisions in special provisions that are based on those of clause 12. Clause 12 in FIDIC's conditions of contract of plants and design build projects, second edition 2017. It is necessary to introduce new terminology into text of special provisions. Each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclause numbering system for new additional defined terms. It's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with numbering as of course, further it's recommended now, it's necessary to introduce new terminology into text of special provisions. Each term should be clearly and properly defined using a clear subclass numbering system for new additional defined terms. Now, it's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with number of originally included in general conditions. Example is for new building, let us say new definition B1.1x. Safety regulations means employer safety regulations existing on site which contractor is required to follow. Now, in some jurisdictions it may be advisable to fully adhere to. So example is, as it is, safety regulations means regulations entering on site which corresponds. Okay, then you see, in some jurisdictions, in some jurisdictions, it may be advisable to add additional definitions to clarify certain terms. To clarify certain terms, expressing which appear in general conditions but are not defined. A typical example might be new definition B11H. Gross negligence means any act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligently diligence, which which in which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed. And in similar circumstances where and or circumstances uh, uh, now, gross negligence means an act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed. This is a little complicated terms and you have to understand them. Again, I am reading this for your reference. Gross negligence means any act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence. Alright, let's move further. I repeat, better repeat. Okay. Gross negligence means any act of omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence. Diligence means intelligent work, you can say, diligence which you know about and which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances and or which show serious reckless disregard for consequences of which such an act of omissions it involves materially more want of care than meet adversaries of simple negligence. Means diligence, means where experience is required, where pragmatism is required, which only experienced person can know. There can be an error like this. So definition is very clear. Any gross negligence means act of omission or party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence. Means it's against diligence, which is conscious employer or contractor. Means conscious means who has his mind working, who is not sleeping. Employer contractor would have this observed similar circumstances. You are not a sleeping employer of contractor, you are not sleeping contractor, you know what can happen if you don't do this. That is, and of which show serious recklessness, disregard for consequences of such an act or omission. It involves materially more want of care than no, it's not diligence, so one should be diligent enough to avoid negligence means you should have enough mind, you should have enough conscious that you should know in advance, you and your employee, that if you don't do that, this negligence can lead to mistakes. And let me say why that clause 1 to interpretation. In relation to meaning of consent means under subparagraph G, it should be noted that this does not mean approve or approval. Stand approve or approve. Consent does not mean approve or approval, which under some legal jurisdictions may be interpreted as accepting or acceptance that request matters is wholly satisfactory, following which requesting party may not no longer have any responsibility or liability for it. So, in relation to meaning of consent under subparagraph G, it should be noted that does not mean approve or approval, which under some legal jurisdictions may be interpreted as accepting or acceptance that requested matter is widely or wholly satisfactory following requesting party. Okay. So now notice and other communications. Notices are only to be given in paper format by post. Then consideration may be given to increasing particular time scales for notices in conditions of contract to allow extra days for notice to be delivered to recipient. Now, priority of documents, that is subclause 1.5, that is priority of documents. An order of precedence is usually necessary in case a conflict is subsequently found between document of engineering. So you can say an order of precedence is usually necessary. Order of precedence is usually necessary in case a conflict is subsequently found in specifications is to process. In order of precedence is usually necessary in case a conflict is subsequently found between documents of contract. In specification, if specification is to comprise a number of documents, it may be useful to amend subparagraphs G of this subclause 1.5 by adding an order of precedence between documents of specification. If no order of precedence of any of documents of contract is to be prescribed, this subclause may be varied. Now, example now, delete subclause 1.5 and substitute. What is that saying? Delete that clause and substitute. Document forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. If an ambiguity or discrepancy is found, priority shall be such as may be accorded by governing law. Engineer has authority to issue any instruction which it considers necessary to resolve in ambiguity or discrepancy. So that's what note should be there. I want to read again. If there is no such documents reference, which one is higher, which one is lower, so and documents can be procured for a purpose. That this is which oil. Okay, next one is then contract agreement, and that's clause 1.6. These are certain examples, very important, understood, and this is of course you know. Form of contract agreement should be included in tender document. Yes, okay. As an annex to special provisions, an example form is included. So, how many minutes I have? 6:55. We have some time. I think we have how many battery down? It's 1 hour 43 minutes. So I can move on this. Let us say contract, the form of contract agreement should be included in tender document as an annex to special provision. The example form is included in at end of this publication in section sample forms. Now, a lengthy tender negotiations were necessary. A lengthy tender negotiations were necessary. It's recommended that consideration be given to recording of contract agreement and accepted contract. Now, if lengthy tender document negotiations are necessary, it's recommended that consideration be given to recording of contract agreement, accepted contract amount, base date, and commencement date. Entry into formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law. In such a case, the word unless they agree otherwise, unless they agree otherwise, in order to so no confusion at all. This is all game, contract game, is to be understood. English game, European game of contracts. Entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law. In such a case, words unless they agree otherwise should be deleted from the text. Entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law. In such a case, words unless they agree otherwise should be deleted. So, employer's use of contractor's document, subclass 110, employer's use of contract documents. Additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular terms, particular items of computer software, for example, are to be assigned to employer. These provisions should take account of applicable law. Then subclass 113, compliance with laws. In respect of such paragraphs B and C of subclass, if in addition to provisions of subclass 418, protection of environment, applicable law requirement, joint Compliance with laws, special subclause. Compliance with laws in respect of subparagraphs B and C of subclause F, in addition to provisions of subclause 418, protection of environment, applicable laws requires contractor to apply for and or comply with particular environment. Okay, compliance with health laws. I don't know what's happening. I miss every time. So serious subject. Really, it's serious. That's why people don't like it, but serious means important. In respect of subparagraphs B and subclass, in addition to provisions of subclass 418, protection of environment, applicable law requires contractor to apply for and or comply with particular environmental permits. These permits should be stated on specifications to the and evidence. Now, these permits should be stated in specifications together with contractor's obligations associated with each permit. Means contract cannot be done in one day. That's true. It takes time to understand the contract, and many months. So it's feeling the very boring to go on through a couple of days. But when you use sometimes this clause, sometimes that clause, you want depending on what situation you are reached. But you must know everything. That's important. So in respect of just like this amendment law is going amendments, we have to understand these people are very, very specific because they want to keep their own citizens there in contracts, and that's even change. It doesn't matter. Means other country people have to check on that, and otherwise you won't get position like project manager in such companies or positions. India you can get and registration doesn't do anything, but their positions. Okay, now joint and several liability. Subclass 114. Joint and several liability. This is a very important clause because this applies to joint ventures as well. It's likely that one or more of tenders will be a joint venture. Detailed requirements for joint venture JV may need be specified in addition to those listed in definition of JV undertaking under subclause 1147. For example, it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company guarantee. An example form is included at end of this publication in section sample forms. These requirements should be included in instructions to tenders. Normally employer will wish and leaders of It's joint venture, so you have to join also in mind. Which until it's not clear on mind, you can't understand this. Now, it's like that some more of tenders will be in joint venture. Details must be taken from them. Details requirements of JV may none be specified, and addition those listed in definition of joint undertaking. Hence, for example, it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company guarantee. An example form is included at end of this. Alright, so many combinations are there I've seen. Now, for example, it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company of guarantee. Example form is included there. These requirements should be included in instructions to tenders. Normally, employer shall wish a leader of JV to be appointed at early stages, providing a single point of contact thereafter, and will not wish to be involved in dispute between members of JV. Employer should scrutinize joint venture undertaking carefully and where check if check if projects financing institutions has or have to give consent. Limitations of liability. Limitations of liability. It's if it is required that limitation of each party liability to other party is to include certain indirect or consequential loss or damage, and is also to take into account liabilities which are to be insured under clause 19 insurance. Contact data and subclause may, like example, in contact data added following amount of sum A, amount of sum B. Next is then in contact data add following amount of sum A, amount of sum B, amount of sum C, except as stated in subclause, neither party shall be liable to other party for loss or use of any works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or for any indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in conduct. Okay. Now, okay, let me put the batteries on. It's 1 hour, 60%. Maybe down in half an hour. Better put batteries on. It's important at this stage. Alright, I put batteries on. Okay, fine. Then let us say now, come back. So if contact data at following amount of sum A, sum B, sum C, except stated in the subclause, neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or for any indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract. So if contact data at following, so it's okay. Contractor's liability to employer under or in connection with contract shall be limited to as follows. For failure to comply with subclause 8 to time for completion, limit shall be maximum amount of delay damages stated in contract data. That's okay. For loss of profit, loss of any contract, or loss of use of any part of permanent works after taking over under contract caused by defects attributable to contractors, limit shall be sum A stated in contract data as we stated. Damage to works caused by contractors, limit shall be sum B stated in contract data. Damage caused by contractor to employer's property other than works, limit shall be 50% of sum B stated in contract data, and any other matters attributable to contractor, limit shall be 50% of sum A stated in contract data. For damage caused by contractor to works, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 92(1). For damage caused by contractor to employer's property other than works, limit shall be required value of cover to insurance under subclause 19(4), injury to persons and damage to property. For deaths or injury to employer's personnel or engineer's personnel by a cause attributable to contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19(5), injury to employees. For contractor's indemnity to employer for third party claims, for contractor's indemnity to employers for third party claims under first paragraph of subclause 17(4), indemnities by contractor, there shall be no limit. And for contractor's indemnity to employer under second paragraph of subclause 17(4), indemnities by contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19(2)(3), liability for breach of professional duty. So, sorry. Let me repeat. For contractors indemnity to employers under second paragraph subclause 17(4), indemnities by contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19(2)(3), liability for breach of professional duty. For all matters other than those described in subparagraphs B to G above, and other than those under subclauses 7(3), intellectual and industrial property rights, limit shall be sum C stated in contract data. Now, employer's liability to contractor under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows. For loss of profit, loss of any contract or any other direct loss caused by termination of contract under subclause 15(5), termination of employer's convenience, and subclause 16(2), termination by contractor, limit shall be 20% of accepted contract amount. For damage caused by employer or employer's personnel to temporary works of plant and materials not included in permanent works, limit shall be 30% of required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19 to 1 works for damage caused by employer or employer's personnel to contractors' equipment, materials, plant and or temporary works. Limit shall be required value of cover or insurance under subclause 19 to goods. For death or injury to contractor's personnel by a cause attributable to employer, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19 to 5 injury to employees. For employer's indemnity to contractors for third party claims under subclause 17.5 indemnities by employer there shall be no limit, and for all matters other than those described in subparagraph 1 to 5 above and other than under subclass 17.3 intellectual and industrial property rights. Limit shall be in accordance with subclause 14.14 cessation of employer's liability as may be amended under subclause 21.4 obtaining DAP's decision, subclause 21.5 amicable settlement or subclause 21.6 arbitration. Subclause shall not limit liability in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default or reckless misconduct by defaulting party. Now clause 2 employer. Subclause 2.1 right of access to site. It may be necessary for contractor to have early access to site for purpose of survey and subsurface investigations. If so, details of such early right of access should be stated in specifications, including any restrictions on such access and whether or not it shall be exclusive to contractor. If right of access to and possession of site cannot be granted by employer in normal way, details should be stated in specifications and appropriate amendments made to first paragraph of subclause and if necessary to second paragraph. Subclause 2.3 employers, personnel and other contractors. Provisions concerning cooperation between contractors should be reflected in employers' contracts with any other contractors working on or near site. Employers supplied materials and employers equipment, subclause 2.6. If employer supplied materials are listed in specification for contractors' use in execution of works, following provisions may be added after last paragraph of subclause 2 to 6. Add employer shall supply to contractors employers supplied materials listed in specification at time stated in specification, if not stated within times that shall be required to enable contractor to proceed with execution of works in accordance with program. When made available by employer, contractor shall visually inspect employer supplied materials and shall promptly give a notice to engineer of any shortage, defect or default in them. Thereafter, contractor shall rectify such shortage, defect or default to extent instructed by engineer. Such instruction shall be deemed to have been given under subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction. After this visual inspection, Okay, then we go further. Then when made available, employer contract shall visually inspect employer supply material, shall promptly give a notice to the engineer of any shortage, defect, or default in them. Thereafter, the contract shall rectify such shortage, defect, or default to extent instructed by engineer. Such the instruction shall be deemed to have been given under subclass 13.3.1. Variation by instruction after this visual inspection, employer supplied material shall come under care, custody, and control of contractor. Contractor's obligations of inspection, care, or custody and control shall not relieve employer of liability for any shortage, defect, or default not apparent from visual inspection. In last paragraph, subclause 17.1, responsibility of care of works after two instances of goods. Add this one. So it's after this visual inspection, employer supplied material shall come under care, custody, and control of contractor. Contractor's obligation of inspection, care, custody, and control shall not relieve employer of liability for any shortage, defect, or default not apparent from a visual inspection. And then there is employed supply. If employer's equipment is listed in a specification, if employer's equipment is listed in a specification for contractor's use in execution of works, so following provisions may be added. Let's see what are these. So an example, after last paragraph of subclass 2.6, add employer shall make employer's equipment listed in specification available to contractor at times stated in specification, and if not stated, within times that shall be required to enable contractor to proceed with execution of works in accordance with program. Unless expressly stated otherwise in specification, employer's equipment shall be provided for exclusive use of contractors. Okay. When made available by employer, contractor shall visually inspect employer's equipment and shall promptly give a notice to engineer of any shortage, defect, or default in them. Thereafter, contractor shall rectify such shortage, defects, or default to extent instructed by engineer. Such instruction shall be deemed to have been given under subclass 13.3.1, variation by instruction. Contractor shall be responsible for employer's equipment while it is under contractor's control and or any of contractor's personnel is operating it, driving it, directing it, using it, or in control of it. Contractor shall not remove from site any items of employer's equipment without consent of employer. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractor's personnel to or from site. In this paragraph, subclass 17, responsibility for care of works after two instances of goods, etc. So, employees equipment. Alright, then. Now, engineer, class 3 engineer, what says about engineer, and it says about engineer, and what time we have to see that also. So, still 10-15 minutes we have. So, we can take, of course. Engineer. It's recommended that engineer who was appointed by employer to carry out employer's designs of works is retained by employer to act as an engineer under contract for services during construction of works. In appointment of engineer, it's recommended that employer and engineer use form of agreement FIDIC clients / consultants, model services Agreement 5th edition 2017, and this is available, which will take us white book. We'll discuss that also. It's not very long document, small document. We'll after silver book, we'll take up that white book, silver book, then white book probably, or silver book or yellow book, or that depends on. And so then subclass 3.2, engineer's duties and authority. In performing engineer's duties and in exercising its authority under contract, engineers should take due regard of FIDIC's code of ethics for consulting engineers, and this code of ethics is available on the, well, it's not a big issue. B, duty to prevent corruption, that is duty to prevent corruption, bribery as described in publications. FIDIC guidelines for integrity management, that is FIM, in consulting industry, part 1, policies and principles, first edition 2011, and that is integrity management system, firms guidelines, and FIDIC guidelines for integrity management system of consulting industry. So this is their own admin anyway. If there are any requirements for employer's consent, sub-clause requires. Engineer's duties and authority, well, in brief, I'm not going to say something on what FIDIC says, that is so simple. Engineer's duty is very clear. If you see, it's very, very clear duty. First of all, because design is done by engineer, this engineer, other engineer, engineer's duty is to ensure that whatever is designed for, whatever is specified in, whatever good practice of industry says, that standard has to be maintained in works. Engineer and his assistants, like resident engineer, first of all, you know what engineer is. So far, I don't know whether you understand that. Engineer means a person who is defined in contract is engineer, who is responsible for complete technicalities of job, not finance. Finance is already there. He cannot change finance. No one can change finance without approval of employer. Engineer has to make sure whatever drawing says, whatever contract says, whatever specification says, whatever law says, whatever is required to be done, to be carried out on project, is done according to that, without any violation of law, without any violation of specification, and without any violation of details. Complete details should be available, given to contractor in time, and that all details what contractor has to give for approval to engineer must be approved. Whatever submissions are there, material submission, time submission, or policy submission, inspections must be done in time according to rules framed for whatever project. Engineer has to ensure whatever money is being paid to contractor is paying back that in the form of work. It may be supervision, it may be management, it may be documentation, whatsoever, from A to Z, 0 to 100. That's the job of engineer. Engineer cannot do all that, but engineer is responsible for that. And therefore engineer is given support, and that support is called, his first support is resident engineer. We call resident engineers, you may call representative of engineer or whatever, doesn't matter. First is resident engineer, he is given many associates, specialist associate, electrical engineer and structural engineer, plumbing engineer, or CCTV or IT or SCADA or whatever is required these days. All those supports are given for purpose of design, purpose of shop drawing, purpose of implementation, for purpose of ensuring that this is okay. All that is the job of engineer. Engineer doesn't mean here civil engineer only, or no, it's complete engineer who's taking supervision and management responsibility of that project with support of many others. But remember, responsibility lies with engineer. Even if there's something wrong accepted on site by resident engineer or others, that is not acceptable in engineer's duty. Engineer can check, examine anything and can reject despite it has been approved by resident engineer. This is what engineer's job is. Engineer works independently, not based on employer and also not based on contractor, on contract, even though it's paid on services contract. That contract exists between employer and engineer. It's contract like that, just like it's construction contract between contractor and employer. But job is job. Even if employer interferes, no problem. Nobody bothers about that. Yes, advice goes that this is against this. We are not going to do this way. Engineer has got full authority of that. Technical response, technical clash, technical amendment, technical whatsoever is job of engineer. Engineers is not authorized for any commission from contractors or from vendors or from suppliers. Engineers cannot take anything else from somewhere else except his fees or his remunerations or his staff's remuneration from employer according to services contract executed between engineer and employer. Only if in some cases it's given in contracts that refreshment of engineer, offices of engineer, administration facilities of engineer, site facilities of engineers shall be provided by contractor if it is in part of contract. Because in remote areas where projects do exist, there are no shops, no markets, so payment is made to contractor on contract itself. You have to provide these facilities to engineers, complete office setup, complete part of cabins, AC, fridge, all that, stationery, refreshments, whatsoever, you have to provide, and that are provided because it's included in mobilization charges. It's included as part of lump sum. It's not bribe, it's a part of contract. So that cannot be considered bribe, it's the contract part. If it's not part of contract, there is no way engineers can even drink a cup of tea. This is etiquette. Hence, engineer cannot harass contractor. Work tolerance is there. If work is fine according to standards, according to approvals, it's fine. If it's not, engineer can order removal of work, replacement of rejected material. Everything is in engineer's control because that person supervises, surveillances and designs. Maybe other person design, but it's a continuity of engineer. Now it's management, supervision, control. So that's a job, but responsibility of all designs, supervision goes to heads of engineer, not the employer. If there is a design problem, it's problem of engineer. Yes, in EPC it's different. We'll talk of that silver book later on. This is a red book. And engineer's responsibility is to ensure whatever is designed, whatever is provided, whatever is shopped in, workshopped in, because shop drawings are provided by contractors, working drawings are provided by contractor, many other details are provided by contractors. Those must be approved by engineer and implemented accordingly in a systematic way, not in isolation. For example, AC system, many other electrical systems, electronic systems must be approved in a first class fashion. Otherwise, cannot say that this part is not working, that is not working, that is a system. When one system comes in, it means complete body of systems. Example, HVAC, heat ventilation, air conditioning, it should work as a system. Load distribution of electrical energy must work as a system. Everything is calculated. It's not simply that we say, okay, you provide bulb here. No. Lumens must be there, lux must be there, load factor must be there, automatic transfer switch must be there. Every point is considered, which room, which code, what says, or which lux you need. It's complicated job in designs, and scheme is given by engineer, but work is done by contractor. Shop drawings, schematic drawings are given by engineer, but workshop drawings and working drawings are produced by specialist contractors and approved by engineer, and after approval only this goes on. And not only this, the work is done. After that, tests are conducted at different stages: fix 1, fix 2, final, pre-commissioning, commissioning, all that. and then maintenance and completion. All dossiers are submitted to engineers. Dossiers means quality documents, safety documents, whatever we approved, and you know planning and whatever operation manuals of machines or equipment, all constitute a package which would be used in future for purpose of maintenance. Not all documents, I'm not saying site diary or daily job record, those are not maintenance documents. Documents which are going to run your lifts, your escalators, your electrical works, and your maintenance for your underground cables, armored cables, and HVAC system, and CCTV system, and SCADA system, and so many and so forth. All those which will come as a part of maintenance, these completely constitute dossiers of project, and those are submitted. And record drawings, very important part, as built drawings or record drawings, which tell where services are running. That's very important point, without which maintenance is not possible. We cannot say, I don't know where cable is, I don't know the route is, where this is to go, we don't know. It should be there on drawings. Whatever changes should be recorded in red lines, and then red lines are converted to as-built drawings and approvals given, and then after that you can say dossiers are considered submitted for purpose of completion. And then after that maintenance comes in, punch list comes in, snag list comes in, all that move on and on until this project is declared completed finally. And when it's declared completed finally, project stage is over. Project stage is completed, and then you can say operation starts. So that operation has no limit, but project has a limit, means up to mechanical completion, up to practical completion, this is limit, and then add to it maintenance period. So practical completion, final completion. At final completion, when clearance is given, its contract is discharged, except warranted items, because there are warranted items as well, like waterproofing or roofing. On many other machines are having many 5 years, 10 years warranty. Even structure of buildings having 10 years warranty, depends on law of that nation and contract. So those items continue to be warranty, but project stops the year, operations comes into that, and discharge is given, provided bank guarantees are available. So discharge certificate is given, and contractor remains no more contractor for that. When get discharge certificate, after mechanical completion or after practical completion, after maintenance, after this completion, some mechanical or practical, there's a gap for maintenance, and when maintenance over, there's nothing left, and then say project is discharged, securities are released, whatever money was fixed as performance security or performance was just released, and then project is converted to operation of that project. So that authority who takes care of that is called operator, and project stops there. And up to that time, engineer is responsible, contractor is responsible, employer is of course responsible for their roles on that project. And if that continues as maintainer, just like it happens, design, build and operate, DBO, it's just this contract, this is design, build and operate, but it's not for facilities, it's only for road work or something, means it doesn't come under purview of facilities. But I was certainly on road projects or international like that, it happened DBOs, but nothing to do with that. We will talk of EPC, that's design procurement, like EPC, engineering procurement, etc. And now it's only red book, means design is given by engineer but carried out by contractor, and this is a red book. Then there is silver book, which means EPC or turnkey, means you have to do complete design and execution and prosecution and maintenance, limited maintenance, and then handover, and that's called turnkey. Use your key and start your project operation, and that one is silver book. After that, there are so many. White book is there, yellow book is there. We'll see if it's required to include in the stock, we'll do. But importance of priority must come into this. So FIDIC is that, and then of course chemistry of this, specifications of concrete. I'll take up general specs also from same country. so that at least information is given. I'll try to see if I can get some ad hoc specifications. Ad hoc, you might have heard Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, and or ADPOC also. ADPOC is of course not that big, it's called Baruch. There is other ones. So if you see if we can do ADPOC, Abu Dhabi Polymer Company, if you I couldn't find that. I tried to take all the specifications for Qatar. It's a very big book. I could not download. All the specifications very many. As 2010 is gone now, so it's 2014. We have to be in advanced world and updated one, just to know about what happens around world. It's not doesn't mean that we are going to do whatever is given in that, but just to have knowledge about things what happens. They can spend money, providers, country like Qatar spends money on such documents where our here in this country nobody bothers. People don't care here. Only speeches and speeches and speeches. But we want to see something solid. We have to depend on other countries because they have budget, they have everything, and they spend money, and because they spend money they do projects, and because they do projects they have to pay to others. So if they are paying money, they must get quality work. If you don't who don't pay money, just want somebody to build for you, then you don't question quality. But they are spending money, they want good job forever. There's a difference like this in contemplation of our people and their people. So now I'll close this because already it's late, and of course I was very slow today because of complexity of this technical specifications, and FIDIC is technical specification still going very slow because subjects technical, and of course it's not novel or poem or stories, so it takes time if you understand that, otherwise there may no meaning of this just rapidly moving without any understanding or nothing at all. So I close this now. Thank you very much, and hope